Hello everyone, tonight we're going to be doing one more UB Funkeys stream for the year. Admittedly, I'm not sure if my Funky is that dirty this time because it hasn't been a full week. And it certainly hasn't been months. Like with the first stream of this every single year. Where our Funky starts out caked in filth. Still not really sure what they were going for with that mechanic. Because, like, what is there for them to gain from making players stay in the game longer? Even when the servers were up, it was still a largely single-player experience. In fact, actually, there were no multiplayer features when they introduced the grind feature. Because that came with Wave 2. Multiplayer and chatting were introduced with Wave 3. Currently trying to remember where the World of Daydream Oasis is. I guess technically I could just take a detour through Nightmare Rift. But I could also just go through the portal here. So we might as well start with the game that got interrupted by my internet going out last time. Since I've gotten at least one feather, that means that that'll take a little less time to go through the rest of the games. And because I'll be playing them more. Like, you get, I guess, maybe, like... Maybe their thinking was that... And, if players, like, see all of these buildings they can't access more, then they'll want to... Because, this is a game aimed at children. Get their parents to buy more Funkies for them. Because, like, you know, it's not like they get paid by people just spending time in the video game. In fact, up until the Funky Trunk was added towards the end of the game's run, the only monetization feature they had was selling the little toys. Like, the only way they could intentionally, like, try and get more money up until the addition of microtransactions was to just encourage the purchase of more Funkeys. And, like, the grind feature only makes it take, like, a little extra time. It's like it kinda seems more likely that it actually legitimately was just a weird feature intended to teach kids about good hygiene. And more specifically, the lesson of please bathe before going out in public. Because, you know, specifically because it's specifically a mechanic where you are barred entry to buildings if you stink. Well, again, yeah, that's also kind of because, like, in my mind, like, UB Funkeys was never presented as any kind of educational experience. Like, I mean, to a degree, some of the games do. Some of the games can be used to, like, teach things. Like, you know, Wagwords is literally a spelling game. See, it teaches spelling and vocabulary. And I mean, ultimately, like, all games can arguably have some measure of educational value. It's just about how overt is it? Like, you know, is it directly the game developer's intention to educate? Because, I mean, like, you know, you go and play like a matching game, and you like, Pyramid Puzzler. Sure, that like you don't gain like facts about ancient Egypt, but you do train your memory. But at the same time, like, I feel like anything you gain from something like that is kind of incidental. Like, you know, any application of skills honed in playing Pyramid Puzzler is going to be in, or outside of being good at Pyramid Puzzler, is going to be kind of incidental to the intended goal of the developers, I think. Because, you know, their main goals are gonna have been mostly, yeah, give the kids a fun experience and make sure the parents feel like they got their money's worth buying the little plastic figure for their child. Which is mostly going to be, you know, is the kid satisfied? Because if you buy something for your child to play with and they don't enjoy playing with it, that's a waste of money. Because it failed at the goal that you had in mind for it. Get the extra time. Shuffle a couple times. Get more extra time, free support. Have to wait the 20 seconds for the opponent's turn. Completely missed. In retrospect, very obvious this match. Oh, and apparently the AI does sometimes go for the bonuses. Seems like maybe it just deprioritizes them. So that was 3, so now a couple more times and then we switch over to something else. Now to make the match that I was about to make when I got interrupted by the timer going off. Another 20 seconds of waiting. And another 20 seconds of waiting. Give it a shuffle. Another shuffle. You can do that. That's good to know. I think it does still give you the time bonus. Give it a freeze. Still no feather. And I'm quite certain that this is not the game that I got the feather from, so... I just need quite a few points. Give it a shuffle. The 200 and the 400. Time bonus. Give it a freeze. Maybe this will be the run that gets me the feather. How am I just noticing that the regular times have different value? Granted, I don't really know how much difference that really makes. I guess maybe you could try and prioritize high value matches or something. If you're just like super good at Mahjong, you're bound to excel at this. Four hundreds. Time bonus. Get the mushrooms and no more matches. That wasn't it. So guess we're staying here for a bit longer. There goes some of the food. It's off into the abyss. What did I even... I think I just ran out of time. Like, I don't think I even collided with anything there. It took too long between anemone feedings, so... I think that might have been a special one, since it seemed to have a green outline around it for some reason. Well, not getting that special anemone, if it even is special. The green outline only seems to appear on the yellow one, so... maybe it doesn't mean anything? Alright, that's one. Didn't even get any coins for it. Oh, cool! My internet has gone down a second time! Guess I'm gonna just finish this up and then call it quits for the night. At the very least, it looks like my internet is going down. It could just be Twitch. Because my computer is still showing me as having an internet connection. It's just OBS that has disconnected. Well, OBS was reconnected for a second. And my computer is still showing internet access, so let me actually grab my phone. That should tell me if it's something. Actually, I can just go check the router. Oh, apparently in the time it took me to go and check my modem to see if it was an ISP issue, I got reconnected. Seems like it might have just legitimately been a hiccup on Twitch's. Because my actual internet connection does not appear to have gone down at all. Granted, could just be it was a short enough hiccup that some things didn't register it yet. Hey, at least everything that was missed is from the actual stream is still going to be in the VOD because it's a recording separate from Twitch. And, you know, regardless of what the cause was. This is number 3. So 2 more times before we switch minigames. Because I mean, if I'm not even getting coins, I'm probably not going to get the feather from this anytime soon. Because, you know, if I'm not even getting coins, that means that my score is low as far as this game is concerned. Well, maybe this run will be good enough to get me some coins. I'm in the tens of thousands. Yeah, if we can just keep this up, then... maybe I will... see, I got 40 coins for that, so... it should have made at least decent headway, hey, on getting the feather. Yeah, holding it down doesn't do anything. I guess really, like, other than those obstacles, is there even a reason to not just be up here all of the time? In fact, I think they didn't... I think maybe they don't intend you to stay this close where the anemones are the entire time, because... that shark seemed to have some problems because... yeah, in that specific obstacle... it's one more. Thing, like, right in here. Seems to be the sweet spot for easily delivering the food. Well, mostly. Or maybe I wasn't in the sweet spot. Oh, right then. And like the shark seems to have issues if you're not in the area like between the reefs. You know, kind of a bit of an oversight if playing optimally causes a gameplay feature to glitch out. You just gotta stay in the good spot and then just time the... Just time your shots correctly. Yeah, just time it to right around when the anemone goes off screen. And gotta remember to actually dodge the big plant thing. Because that's the only obstacle that you can't avoid just by staying in the sweet spot. Or sometimes you just crash into a ship. Have to go do this, I guess. We have 5 rounds. Now I'm actually doing pretty good. Well, this is the part that I was already kind of decent at. I think I'm giving a little bit too much power. Or, you know, maybe it's all luck. If I switch it up a little bit. Nope. No real improvement. Okay, we just gotta aim. That corner. Now I'm doing absolutely awful at being the goalie. But at least 2 points is worth coins, so... it's probably not too high. Just get the feather and never have to play this again. If I just full power, nope. Power seemingly does jack shit. So that was 3. Just a couple more. I almost... it's almost perfect at the goalie section. But at least my minimum score is 3. Maybe for this one. And it's probably going to end up being 3. Which I wonder, I imagine playing this multiplayer counted towards the feather. That means that theoretically, back when online was available, back when the servers still existed, if you could find somebody who also had Funkeys with a lucky Funky, you could just collaborate to just min-max the feathers by just going back and forth on letting each other win. Because, if you just agree, whenever on each like even numbered run through, player A, when they're the goalie, just stands in the middle the entire time, and shoots for the middle every time when they're on the other side. And then you just take turns on player A and player B basically throwing the game. So in a way, it has potentially become more difficult. Like, it's potentially more difficult to get this feather in 2025 than it was in like 2010. If this wave of the game was even out in 2010, I think it was. I think Funkeys might have been dead by like 2012. So it has certainly become more difficult because no collusion strategies are available. Assuming that they were even an option to begin with, because like, you pretty much have to be somebody that you know from outside of the game. Just because, like, you could, the chat features were extremely limited because, game made for children, and they probably didn't really have the budget for moderation. So, you just stop people from being able to say anything that you would need to worry about that would, be reason for concern. Things like sharing private information, asking children on the internet to meet them places, that kind of thing. You know, you can't do anything saying it, you know, bad to the children that you know, play the video game if all you can say is a handful of predetermined child-friendly phrases. And you have no means of, you know, communicating outside of the video game. Like, you pretty much have to be somebody that you know in, like, real life. Or I guess really, like, you could probably actually, if you just have two computers, if you just had two computers in two Funky hubs and two lucky Funkies, you could just have literally anyone do this potential exploit with you. But again, you know, it would still have to be pretty much somebody that you know in real life, not somebody that you just met through the UB Funkeys video game. Because there would be no way to communicate the plan beyond the predetermined phrase of "let's go play this game." I wonder if there was even a phrase in the chat system for explaining, you know, if you refuse to play one of the multiplayer games, for explaining that you don't have the right Funky. I'm thinking maybe you didn't even need to explain, because maybe, like, if you were invited... Yeah, I think maybe if you were invited by somebody that has the Funky, then you could play the game. Which could also mean if that was the case, then that would actually make the exploit even easier. Which technically you could kind of even do that kind of exploit with this as well, because you could just, like, not completely, because, like, it would still be necessary, you know, for maximizing the points for both players to take game actions. Although you would still need to have two funky hubs, because you would have to because you would have to have both hubs hooked up to separate computers in order to have both instances of the game on separate devices working. Kind of a shame that servers aren't up and running anymore and have been in probably at least a decade. Then it might be possible to try such a maneuver. So that was 2. It's now 3. Okay, magic does not give you the time extension. If anything, it just denies it from your opponent. In fact, yeah, I think it does specifically say, like, yeah, you won't get any points for this match, so I guess technically the time extension counts as points. Okay, that's basically them simplifying. You won't, you know, the match won't score. One there and one there. I could have gotten those moons. Get the 200, get the 400. Dang it. At least the computer opponent, which never goes for time extensions, so I can still get that. Another time extension. I feel like that was either very short or didn't even do anything. No more matches. Still no feather. Guess I'm doing this a couple more times at least. Got a couple nice big 400s readily available. Those are two different tiles. There are a couple obvious matches. That's two Clover's tile. And I noticed none of them until it was too late. Got all of the bonuses. Wait for the 20 seconds of the opponent's turn again. Give it a good old freeze. Yep, and no more matches. Insane high score, but no faster. So now, number 5. Number 10 of the entire night. But you know, if they just hadn't included the magic tile, games would end much more conclusively with actual, like, completion of all of the matches. Well, maybe it would. Because, I mean, like, a contributing factor to the no more matches thing being constant is certainly the fact that, you know, if you use a magic tile, then that means that you know, assuming that there's an even number of every tile on the board to begin with, you're depriving some of those tiles of a match. Like, the best way to do it would be to always make sure that both magic tiles get paired with the same tile, essentially. Because then it's kind of like if you did the proper match to begin with, just without getting any points for said match either time. Then again, it could also be that maybe, you know, the reason why they implemented it was because they found that without it, they actually have more non-games. Games, essentially, of just like, oh yeah, by random chance, we ran out of matches within the first, like, couple turns. And so, you know, because that kept happening, they then decided to implement a way of just easily freeing up trapped tiles. By having what was effectively a wild card. You know, something that always makes a match just at the cost of not just at the cost of not scoring, and also the slight Oh, there we go. Congratulations, you've earned Dire Mystic Feather. So now it's time to head on over to Nightmare Rift and play 3 of those games for the next almost 3 hours. Oh, I think what I'm supposed to do is just... Yeah. Right, so now I never have to play from a progressing in the storyline standpoint, I never have to play Zhang Challenge again. Now, if I can just remember where the portal to Nightmare Rift is here. I think it might be up here. Yeah. Let's just head on over the Nightmare Rift to get my hoop. Then from there, it'll just be 2 more times repeating the cycle. And then we'll be done with Dream State and on to pretty much the final couple parts of the game. Because, the benefit of playing a game like this years after it became defunct is that well, I don't know if they actually programmed like a true ending. There was at least a conclusion, like, there is a point at which there will be no more content. Because all of the content that is ever going to exist is for this game in a full release form. Is already out. And I actually looked up speedrun, because there is one that exists, of Rock'em Sock'em Sprocket, and this is the speedrun strat. It's to punch fast without worrying about power outside of like specific windows where the opponent is stunned. Which I've hardly even been bothering taking advantage of those, but I probably should, at least for this, you know, for the final opponent. Just because, you know, it's the most difficult fight. If there's ever a time when it would be a good idea to pull out a bit more strategy than just brute force, the most difficult fight in the game would probably be it. The light just won. You had an insane high score, or, you know, gain the painful night's sleep. No hoop, because I haven't done that well enough times. Part of it was probably the speedrun actually uses the punch power system, probably just because it saves time, because, you know, it's a speedrun, and not because you actually need it to fully win at Rock'em Sock'em Sprocket. You know, just spam jab. This is enough. Round 3. So basically, it looks like you get, like, the opportunity to get one free punch in. And when the opponent is stunned. So really, so you do want to, so it's useful to go full power on that one punch to just fully take advantage. But that doesn't mean interrupting the jab spam. And, you know, kind of pausing the momentum. It does seem to be a little bit more effective. Than just, you know, spam jab. More specifically, spam just basic low power jab. Because, I mean, I'm pretty sure it is still a jab. Just a high strength one. So that's 2 runs. Getting a lot of insane high scores. Because just holding my own against it. That's the final bosses. Worth something even if I don't beat them. Got got through round 2 with all of my lives, so dang it. Really gotta pay attention to when I manage to get stunned. Said that takes him down like 3 hit points. Rather than just 1. That's 3. Still no hoop, but should get one soon. Soon at this rate. I am getting a good number of insane high scores. think once you get to opponent number 2, that's when you start pulling out the big hits when they get stunned. It seems like I might need to tinker with my encoding preset because I keep getting warnings about my encoding being overloaded. Like, you know, not like a terribly graphically intensive game, so I think it's probably just a side effect of recording and streaming at the same time on the same device. Because I know some people actually have like entire separate computers for certain functions. Well, I mean, it has been nice to, for one thing, not have to worry about making sure I download the VOD from Twitch. Oh, there we go. I've got a hoop. I've earned the Sprocket Mystic Hoop. So now I have a dream catcher. So now to go hunting again. I think this means that we're not actually going to see in the game the introduction cutscene for this character. Because I'm pretty sure it only plays the first time. I don't think I can alter my encoding reset while I'm live. No, I can. Alright, now it's on medium. Let's see if that improves things. Which I guess really, like, I could just stand somewhere and wait Because eventually, the guy will show up. It's a matter of when and where. There we go.
You did it! You beat that bully! Focusing your inner power through the Dreamcatcher was brilliant. Looks like Goya was only a nightmare after all. Just a set of terrifying teeth with no real bite. I guess he won't be bad-mouthing Funkeys anymore. And look what's left behind. Master Locks must have somehow used the power of this gem here to create old Chompers. With the gem restored, the rift will finally be able to wake up from its terrible nightmare.
Now, you can switch on over to Daydream Oasis. This is the halfway point. In fact, I think this probably means that my trophy room has a new thing in it. Yeah, I guess these are just to basically, like, because the MacGuffins from Funkeys Island don't even take a form that goes in here. And oh cool, my connection's dropping. That is fantastic. Which, I mean, it does seem like, you know, given that at no point did anything other than OBS and things connected to OBS register my internet going out. I'd say, hey, the stream went down because of something on Twitch's end. So yeah, I guess this thing is probably just here to represent that you have completed the Nightmare Rift storyline. Because the hoops and the feathers do not stick around after they have been used. And, you know, they've got the gem for Funkeys Island because MacGuffins there don't even go in the trophy room. So now to alternate between Rainbow Shootout and I'm blanking on the name of it. Tank's game. until I get another feather. And then we go back to Nightmare Rift and alternate between billiards and twisted paths. As until I get another hoop. Then it's back to Daydream Oasis to hunt down Goya. You know, Dolly, because Goya was the guy that we just defeated. I mean, if I can get good runs of Rainbow Shootout like this, then it might not take long to get the feather. So that was one. And so this is two. Maybe I'll just see about like YouTubing the cutscenes for the initial introduction of Dali and Goya, since it seems like we're not getting them because they're just not showing up often enough, essentially. Like, because I haven't run into either of them on the way between games. Their introduction cutscene has not triggered. Yeah, if it can just keep being good results like this, and yeah, my encoder's still having troubles. Even though I changed it to a faster preset like it wants me to. Still no feather. So still gotta do this again. Okay, that wasn't too much. Alright, that's 3 points. Thanks for shooting. Right, exactly 5 to 5. And that was the 5th one for this rotation, so... now to do Coral Diver. Diver 5 times. Probably not get a feather from it. Coral Cruiser. It's not Coral Diver. Yeah, Diver is Coral Diver, which is a different game entirely. Because that's Nibble's game over in Funkeys Island. Pay more attention to not collide with random shells. Good God. Go to that anemone. Missed that one. And that one. Oh, maybe it's got something to do with the color of the food. No, I think the outline is always yellow, so... Because I was thinking maybe... There's some significance to the glowing outline around the food. But I think that's just so you can see it better. It could be that maybe the green on the yellow anemones has no significance. And maybe it's just like they goofed again. Similar to how in Pyramid Puzzler you can see the edge of some of the pictures that are inside the boxes. This is despite having the lid on the box. Which also, like, there's not... The game doesn't really give you any opportunities. Is to try and pair a given food with a specific color of anemone. I don't think the colors mean much of anything other than maybe like you get more points. I got the Coral Cruiser trophy and can access it from my game room. So technically I don't have to go back here to play Coral Cruiser. I think that means that technically I don't have to go to Daydream Oasis at all to get the remaining feathers. I have to in order to complete the storyline, but Because I think I've got... Oh, Rainbow Shootout or whatever it's called. All in my game room already. Oh, there actually is a spot where you can dodge behind that plant. Good to know. I've just been doing it wrong this entire... And it seems I will continue doing it wrong. I believe this is the third time I'm doing this, so... I'm gonna repeat this a max of 2 more times if I don't get the feather. You know, 2 more times or until I get the feather, whichever happens first. Between now that I seem to be getting a good handle on it, that should expedite getting the feather. Or expedite, however you pronounce it. Truly expedite would be spelled differently. Game over because I'm out of lives. No feather. I mean, given that before I wasn't even getting coins, those runs probably did not contribute quite as much as these more recent ones to actually getting the feather. Well, all contribute. At least as far as I'm aware. Here it's just a matter of how much, because, you know, it's a cumulative score thing. the higher the score you can get on one singular run, the better. I wonder if there's anything I could do to get to stop being overloaded. Like if I have a graphics card that, like, I use the encoder that comes with my graphics card. I wonder, like, if I had two graphics cards, would I be able to have them both hooked up to my computer, and two, have them encode things separately, so that one is dedicated to encoding the stream and the other is encoding the recorded video. Granted, I have no budget for getting a second graphics card, so even if that is a viable solution, it is not available to me right now. It could also just be that, you know, if I upgrade my graphics card, it'll just have more encoding capacity. But again, that costs money. That costs money that I do not have to spend on such things at this moment. Yeah, I think I want to be on at least medium quality. Like, let me check what Twitch recommends. Could also switch the recording over to medium quality. Do you mean check my internet connection? I'm clearly connected to the internet. It says preset quality. Then again, all of these are quality. It's just a difference of which level of quality. Yeah, I'm on medium quality now, whereas before I was on high quality or whatever. Let's just see if that is sufficient to get the encoder to not be overloaded on a routine basis. Because, you know, that's not good. You know, if it was a good thing, then OBS would probably not be giving me a warning about it. You know, if it was everything is fine and working as it should. Yeah, like, but really, like, it wouldn't even have to be, like, you know, if having two GPUs is even an option, assuming that I have the funds for it at some point. Then it wouldn't even have to be like, oh, one of them is just processing the recording, the other is just processing the stream. As long as they're both being used efficiently, it would be fine. You know, maybe after stream at some point, I'll look into what my options are for increasing specifically NVIDIA encoder capacity. Like, maybe it's like a VRAM issue. Just like, you know, get more VRAM, or even just get a better NVIDIA card. Because mine is probably getting a little old. After all, we're reaching the point where there is at least one video game that I would like to play that I do not meet the recommended requirements for. Granted, that's Europe Universalis 5, and it is mostly just that I don't have enough RAM. Because, like, my GPU, I've looked at the specs. It's near identical to the one that they recommend. It's just not the exact one. Then again, also, I don't really have the budget to buy European Universalist 5 right now, so... Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the nice thing about... That's the nice thing about... months like this where I'm doing all old stuff. Because it's all stuff I either already have, has always been free, or is easy to obtain for free at this point because because it's just up on the Internet Archive. In fact, you know, a lot, stuff like Funkeys, for example, I could not pay, like, I am not given the option to pay the company that makes it money, because they don't sell it anymore. So now we're doing Rainbow Shootout again. Because the only way I can get a feather is from either this or Curl Cruiser. And I might actually get the feather from this first. Well, maybe, like, games like this. Or going into my turn as goalie. Only I'm already 1-4. These runs like that won't necessarily contribute as much towards getting the feather. Really? Like, you couldn't have just moved your arm over a little bit. If only the servers were still up and I could just find somebody who's willing to just throw a few games to, like, hit the feather. Assuming that online play actually contributes to the overall all points needed for the feather. Which, I mean, given that, like, the MacGuffins are essentially just a reward for sufficiently engaging with the mini-games. And, like, you know, even if you're not doing it quite as the developers intended, you're still engaging with the minigame. And, like, you're not, like, I mean, you're not taking anything away from anyone else, so... Like, it, you know, it's... Since it's a single-player goal that you would be working towards via multiplayer means, it's kind of a the only person you're cheating is yourself situation. If you can even call it that, since, like, they very clearly made it cumulative points based, so that children that are not innately good at these games, nor have the patience to get good, can still get the full experience of the storyline. You know, UB Funkeys is not a game where it's like, oh, I'm bad at this mini game, but I want to continue the storyline. UB Funkeys does not give you the response of skill issue. Get good. Because it's a game designed for children. And now I never have to play Rainbow Shootout again. Because I think other than maybe like something for an insane high score, which would probably be like 10, because that's the max you can get, I've gotten everything you can get, other than just more coins. And you can get more coins from anywhere. Yeah, so just gotta alternate between this and billiards. It's until what tomato pot did I miss? Oh, there's one behind the hourglass, I think. Yeah, that must have been it. I messed that one up big time. I wonder what is even the point in having two different things that you have to collect before you are able to finish the level. And I messed up on this one. Alright, so that was number 1. Number 2. Like, why? Like, is there any mechanical distinction between the tomato pots and the pots and the watering cans? I don't think there is. And I messed this one up. And I messed it up again. And I've messed it up yet again. I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to get these last few flower pots. Well, not flower pots, the watering cans. But, well, each and every one, each run through gives me points towards the hoop regardless. Yeah, messed that up. That that was attempt number 4. Number 5. Trapped myself. Pat myself again. Yeah, this... Wait, no. Because it was green slime. It almost worked. Right, no hoop. I've got to go on over. Play some billiards. Oh, and the opponent is already at 1,500 points. It's still going. Why did I only get to do one when the opponent gets to do like several? I guess maybe it's because of number of balls. Oh, no, that's my turn. Scratched. I get to actually take a turn. Come on. You couldn't have just rolled a little bit closer. Should have just put a little bit more or oomph on there. They didn't get the 8-ball, so we're still in it. Well, maybe that's a slightly better position. Oh, did I win? Because the 8-ball didn't go in. Oh, now I'm on the solid colored balls. Because a striped ball went in first. Always nice to just get some free points. Try and get this one and into the pocket. Line this one up just right and it missed. And game over because 8-ball was sunk. I am once again on solid colored balls. This is number 3. And of course I miss. Just wait for to finish seeking several balls. Nice and complete miss for the opponent, so they get to actually do something. I actually get to do a few somethings. Not quite. Ball went in, so game over. Oh, I actually got to... Clearly I should do that more. Yeah, because that lets me actually... Well, it doesn't net me any points. That's apparently how you get the opportunity to take the first turn. But because I beefed it on the first turn, I'm at a disadvantage now because because the computer opponent thunk a solid colored ball first. Granted, it doesn't really matter how many points computer opponent gets, just so long as you get some points. Any points will contribute to getting a hoop. Of course, the more points you get, the better, because that means that you can get the hoop faster. The faster you get the hoop, the faster you can get out of this game. its annoying music. I mean, I guess really, like maybe if it comes down to just this, like if this is the only game that I need to play, I need to complete the Dream State storyline at a certain point, which it may very well be, then I'll probably turn the music off. Because at that point, you know, depending on how well I do, I'm potentially playing this for hours on end. If it's starting to get grating after only not even 5 games in a row, because this is only my 4th run through tonight. It's going to be even more grating on like 10 or 15 in a row. Especially since it doesn't even seem to stop when the game ends and you move on to the next go around. Of course, not only did that not work, but I scratched. I sunk the cue ball. Maybe the game will be merciful, and this will be the one that gets me the hoop. And then, yeah, the game that I end up playing just, you know, until I get the item will instead be Perplexing Paths. And since, well, actually, it'll be Perplexing Paths and Coral Cruiser. Since once I get a hoop from here, it is just Coral Cruiser until I get the last feather. Really need to get good about putting an appropriate amount of force into my shots. Come on, just go in there. And of course it still doesn't go in. I'm still looking points because okay, no hoop from this, but gotta get a break from the music. Yeah, made the exact same mistake again. And I failed that one again because I was slightly off. Time for number 2. And I got trapped. Right? Run number 3. It's real unclear how I'm supposed to get that last watering can. Oh, there we go. And I messed up. Number 4. I've messed this one up big time. I need to get that one earlier. Right, run number 5. It was nice when it kind of gives you a little bit of a breather, and before just take one single step. What watering can I even miss? Oh, there's one there. Oh, there's one behind the portal. That is some garbage. You're like, yeah, we're gonna use an art asset that we're going to allow this item that you have to collect all of in order to complete the level to spawn behind the portal and use an art asset that makes it nigh invisible when it is behind the portal. Alright, that's number 5. Still no hoop. So back to billiards. Which, I mean, I don't think there's a... I don't think there's a cutscene for just getting the 3rd Dreamcatcher, so... I mean... the music is not grating on me at the moment, so... no, I think it's fine. You know, the short break was sufficient to get it to be a little less intense. I mean, hey, regardless of whether I get the hoop or not, in less than an hour, it will be just a little over, just like about 11 months before I ever have to hear this again. Well, maybe not, because I think I actually have this track in the song requests. But I mean, those in most streams I only play those during BRBs and the starting soon screen, so limited exposure at least. I think this is actually one of the tracks that's in one of the Funkeys Town games, because they did reuse some tracks between games. You know, presumably because of like budget constraints. Or, you know, not even necessarily budget constraints, just, you know, we've already got a track that will work just fine for this game, and we'll just use it a second time, rather than paying our composer to make another song. Okay, that's one. shouldn't even count at one because it doesn't even give any points. And of course, I didn't put enough force on the ball. Okay, I get a second chance. Well, the CPU opponent gave me pretty much exactly what I was aiming for. Only with less points, because if I had been the one to sink, I think a shot to get that to happen, I would give it extra points, because as another strike ball would be pocketed. Yeah, of course that accomplished nothing. Back to seeing through the opponent's turn, because the opponent is actually good at billiards. Well, sometimes the opponent is good at billiards. The computer opponent is at least more proficient than I am at billiards, I think. Just... Nice. This one will give me an insane high score. Not like that, it won't. It's number 3. Number 3. Which I wonder, like they have actual like, tournaments for billiards. What do they do? Like, I guess because, you know, it would take some measure of intent to, like, insta-scratch several times in a row. It's like, maybe if there's too many insta-scratches like that in a row, they just, like, count it as slow play. And, like, whoever was doing it on purpose gets disqualified. Oh, like, it might just be that, like, you take turns. Turns, you know, breaking. And so, like, you'd have to be, like, either up against a real unlucky opponent or, well, unlucky / bad opponent. In which case, how did they even qualify? Like, is this just like the beginner's league? But or, you know, there would have to be some kind of, like, collusion happening. And in which case, what is there to gain in just stalling? Like, it would have to be a plot not to win the tournament, but to, like, drag the tournament to a standstill. Which also, like, you know, or, you know, like, ultimately slow play would probably have the same I guess utility as it does in, like, Magic the Gathering, where, you know, you can just make the time run out to maybe, like, force a draw. If that's even a thing in professional billiards, I don't... You know, if I watched professional billiards, I'd probably be better at this. Maybe. Like, I would have... Surely I would have picked up something. If I was a routine viewer of professional billiards. Then again, who's to say that any tricks that actually work with real balls would even work in this, because, like, the physics could be wrong. Right, 4. And I'm on stripes. Names for this one. This should be easy. I'm up to 1,500 points. $2,000. And of course I whiffed it. I probably just lined up perfect shot for the 8-ball, no? That's a real good time. Oh. The game's just over. It's number 5. And There we go. Up to 1,000. Could have put a bit more force on that one, I think. Yeah, I have to wonder, like, were kids back in the day like that into billiards? Like, what was the... Like, you've got to wonder what the decision-making process was on being like, yeah, we're making a sort of mini-game collection for children, so we're going to include 2 different versions of Mahjong and billiards. Which, in granted, like, I remember when I was very young being... Like, the one time I ever actually saw a pool table in person, being fascinated by it and wishing I got an opportunity to actually play pool. The opportunity never came. And I don't know if had I actually gotten the chance to play, if I would have found pool all that interesting. Which, in granted, like... Like, one of the many games in here is also golf. But then again... The version of golf that is in UB Funkeys is also mini golf, so and that I feel like mini golf, in addition to being sized to work well for children, works better for children than actual golf in that it's more interesting. But I mean, you know, I've never been that big on sports in general, so maybe there are actually kids out there that are big into golf. I just wasn't one of them. Which I mean, like, I have played like a form of golf in real life exactly once. And that was like a putt-putt game at a university event. I've already messed this level up. I've once again messed this level up because like that's some bullshit. Like, yeah, we're going to have it be possible for you to miss your only clear opportunity to get this item that's required for you to finish the level because it's behind your character's fat head. And I've messed this level up. I've messed this level up, so game is just over. Really, a lot of it is probably just like, yeah, we're just gonna make something that's both easy for us to make and easy for our target demographic to understand. And then we're also gonna make Invasion. Yeah, we're going to make the very interesting choice to make a Space Invaders type game that has resource tracking. Yeah, we're gonna make it effectively Space Invaders, but you can run out of ammo. And also you don't get to move, because the thing that fires said ammo is a pair of turrets instead of a tank. I've messed this level up. And I've messed this level up, so game's over. Come on, game, just give me the hoop at this point. keep messing up that particular level because they keep not taking a different approach. Gotta get all the tomato pots. Oh, there was another shitty watering can behind the portal. And you know, because I was out of lives, that was it. I didn't get an attempt number 2. And that's a failure because I cut off my way back. Gotta make sure I get every last watering can. If you step on the square with the birch tree, you will fly to the other one. Never mind that these aren't even really squares, they're more of discs. They're platforms. Alright, one more time. And then it's back to billiards if they don't get the hoop. I've already messed this one up. Still no hoop. So back to billiards. Just gotta wait for the opponent's turn multiple times. At least a lot of my balls are just clustered over here. They're not anymore, because and of course neither of the ones I hit actually go in. Another one to go in by largely accident. And game over. That's one. Still no hoop. Surely one of these will go in. No. In fact, I scratched. Why do I feel like that was not where the cue ball was supposed to go in that instance? Is it And it didn't hit anything, so... Because it kept wanting to start over here and then it went over here. Which, I mean, like, billiards does have certain qualities that do help it hold I think would help it hold a child's attention. Yeah, it's got bright colors, lots of movement. Although, like, if a kid is old enough to... If a kid is old enough to actually play billiards, even on the computer, I think they probably need a little bit more than that. Because, like, bright colors and lots of movement, that is, like... That is sufficient if your target audience is the same as for, like, a booba. Which is to say toddlers. Hey DJ Coolmaster, how's it going? I've been alright. Had a little bit of an issue where I couldn't seem to get a good connection into Twitch, but that seems to have largely resolved itself, so... At least, I'm at least getting points for this one. I can get points. Yeah, I saw about that. Literally, like, I wasn't really following its development before. Which I mean, like, I think it might have already been cancelled by the time I got into Minecraft. I have to ping on exactly when that was. Which I mean, like, I've also yet to really feel much desire for, like, a, you know, Minecraft-like game that is not Minecraft. You know, honestly, even if I never play it, just having it not be in the hands of Riot Games is good, I think. Like, Riot Games has got to be one of my least favorite game companies. Largely for entirely personal reasons. Like, not even like, oh, you know, I tried like League of Legends at one point. No. I don't think I've ever played a game by them. But, you know, because of their choice in naming their Netflix series, I have had at least one person think that this username that I have been using for years, like probably somewhere around a decade, is a League of Legends thing. And not to mention, yeah, mismanagement will sink just about any project if it gets out of hand enough. Or not even necessarily mismanagement, but just like questionable management. Like, yes, that sounds like quite a bit of micromanagement, perhaps, when it just really wasn't needed. Yeah, it's just of the... Yeah, because then... Yeah, like if there was already mismanagement, and then you don't even have what little, like, higher level corporate oversight there was anymore, because there's no corporation above of the person doing the mismanagement. That's just gonna make it even worse. There's like I'm really hoping that Paralyze doesn't end up being a mismanagement disaster, which it shouldn't be. Like, I mean, they've only had one delay so far in the time that they've had a scheduled release date. Although, like, the way they talk about, like, oh yeah, we've broadened our playtester base. And he said, whereas before it was mostly just friends and fans. Makes me wonder if, like, you know, that's why they've delayed the game, because they've found in the feedback from this new broader playtester base that certain features were kind of lacking. Like, it makes it sound like maybe they filled their initial playtest with a few too many like yes men. But yeah, I'm just gonna trust the developers for at least until either the game launches or we have a second delay. Because honestly, at this point in time, like, they can't really afford too many delays, because not only are they funded by the goodwill of people that want to see this game succeed, and not some major corporation with a bunch of money to sink. But, like, they have a golden opportunity, because a lot of people don't like Electronic Arts right now, especially among people that play The Sims. Both because of declining quality and the whole they're being bought out by Saudi Arabia situation. Like, it kind of feels like, you know, like you could have a very successful launch if you launch by just releasing a decent Sims-like, essentially. We've got 4 balls to pocket. I mean, it's all private equity firms, but yeah. Yeah, like, does not bode well when, you know, so much of your brand image is built on, like, you know, diversity. To, you know, turn around and be like, yeah, give us $55 billion in return for our company, Mr. Crown Prince of an authoritarian regime. Yeah, almost certainly. Because like that's the whole part of Saudi Arabia's attempts to workshop their image is sports. But also, if they just end The Sims without like confirming that nobody wants it anymore because of who the money is going to, who first, they'd basically be slaughtering a cash cow. Alright, it's 5 a.m, so I think I'm gonna call it a night here. So thank you to everyone who stopped by tonight. Next stream is planned for tomorrow, and I think we're gonna do some Wii games tomorrow. Next Funkeys stream is planned for next November.